Hello, good evening, everyone. We are back with 428 Shibuya Scramble. It's been a little while. I shouldn't have waited as long as I did to come back to this, because there's a lot of what's happened so far that I don't remember now. It would be nice if I could get like a recap of what's happened so far. But let's see where we're at right now. Yeah, we're in the 1 o'clock hour. We got... Okay. Bad end for Kano. Minorikawa is in a keep out. Osawa... He's at a keep out, like, right at the end. Okay, it seems... Tama, perhaps. That was a... Okay, for Kano. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turned up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 110. Somehow or another, I have to sell some burning hammer. The flyers have already been handed out. Yeah, that was the right answer for this one. I know the other one did get a bad ending for Tama. We have to put in some new bottles, maybe water it down some. Getting the stuff sold is my only option. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes. I notice an odd mark stamped on it. Wait a sec. I've seen this before. I recall something Cheery said earlier. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. The mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. Ah, yes. That's it. I can see if there's more at the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can run. As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone. It's Cheery. Oh, hey, you find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. The words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it. Leave it to me. Cheery nods and breaks back into a run. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck! I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. It's packed with tiny bottles. There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, all right. There's 50 bottles per box, and there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen, including tax, I can buy the whole lot with the 20,000 I've got in my wallet. Mr. Yanagashita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen apiece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts no problem. Whoa, what's the deal with you? The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup. This stuff, I'd like your entire stock. I point the burning hammer and the clerk makes an awkward face. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in their right mind could possibly want all of this. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you gotta help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then, could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell him I'm willing to negotiate. Suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. Von Dutch. Even as I'm speaking with the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've come to pick up something I've reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please, pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have those diet drinks? I bow extra deep and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. No can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't need this many, though. I do. I make my living with my body. This is about how much I'll need. Oh, wow, the sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. Oh. A rather cute martial artist. I fight at a place called Bride. You ever heard of it? It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they have cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? I've seriously never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap, the sales clerk explains. Oh, that sounds like a place I wouldn't mind checking out myself. Oh, shit, I didn't want to do that. There we go. At present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allotted number of members and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept a challenge from me? I ask. A challenge? Oh, if I win, you have to let me have all this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Oh, God. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here? She asks. I intend to find out. Oh, wow, the sales clerk explains. I've just got to see this. I'm glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I gotta win this. Somehow or another, I've got to. I mean, I gotta be good at something. Facing off against this fighter's gonna show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent. And by challenge, I naturally mean... rock, paper, scissors. Rhyming game? Straight up fight. Well, I don't know if Tama can actually... is gonna beat her in a straight up fight. Let's try it, though. Let's have ourselves a straight up fight. The girl grins nice and wide, like she'd been waiting to hear me say that. Okay, you're on. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. Miku and I march out of the shop. Out on the pavement, we stare each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it, and you have to pay for it. Oh. Huh? Okay, that doesn't sound fair. Isn't that a little unfair? Yeah, no kidding. If you don't like it, then it's no fight, no deal. I don't have the time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. Train technique for boxing involves practicing strikes, guards, and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. Oh, we've got an audience already. Whoa, what's the deal? Something going on? It's a street fight! A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows. Some of them stop to form a small crowd. Aki Endo and Hitomi Osawa. They pass by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. Oh! I wonder if... Alright. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path, backs turned toward them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Still, something going on. It's a street fight. A fight, as the name implies, that takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands and no weapons. Even a bare-handed fight can result in serious injuries, though, which is why they're pretty illegal. Aki clutched Hitomi's hand good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he plowed his way through the crowd. Emerging on the far side of the gathering, Aki saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in the steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the light to change. And they certainly couldn't go back the way they came. The pursuers were getting closer and closer. Hitomi! Aki shouted. We're going across. What? Dragging Hitomi by the hand, Aki darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. Oh shit. When they were halfway across, the car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. The multi-vehicle pileup plunged the roadway into total chaos. As a result of this chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be at a standstill for a while. On their way to the Syndicate hideout, Shinya Kano and Jack Stanley have gotten caught in the traffic jam. Okay, that's how we end up causing that. The car moved at a glacial pace toward the Crime Syndicate's hideout. Stanley pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Kano stewed in the passenger seat. This case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Titano had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. Z's was growing unbearable. Also, Tatsuno hasn't radioed in, and, we can't reach him from our end either. Kuze's words kept echoing inside Kano's head. What could have caused Tatsuno to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the attaché case. Could Tatsuno have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure that Tatsuno would have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Starting to wonder now. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kuze? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about that other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tatsuno that way? I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. With a start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him. But Kano was already sprinting toward the fight. Oof! The other man knocked Sasayama into a pile of garbage. As Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet, his opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. Kano finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who had first taken the attaché case back at the Scramble. Tariq Al-Karawan. You! Kano growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al-Karawan around the legs. But Al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arms closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Karawan deftly wrapped his arm around Kano's neck. Kano felt a vice-like pressure on his carotid artery. A move known as a front choke sleeper hold. Constricting the carotid artery stops blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness, also known as a guillotine choke. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. Oh, no you don't, you bastard, he snarled. Lowering his center of gravity, he got hold of one of Al-Karawan's legs and used his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Nyah! Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air. Nice. He continued the movement to heave Al-Karawan up and over himself, slamming him upside down into the heap of trash. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Okay, I can't do it near as good as the narrator in Stanley Parable. Well, you got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Al-Karawan was sprawled out atop the mound of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went up to help him to his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. What are you doing? Stanley asked. Helping Sasayama. What's it look like? We need to apprehend Al-Karawan first. He's not even conscious. Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. You alright? He asked. Yeah, Sasayama groaned. You're bailing me out, though. Can't let the missus know about that. Mum's the word, Kano said. He slipped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. I managed to find the guy who had the attaché case, Sasayama said. But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me. flashed Alcarawan a nasty look. So here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police anyway? He shook his head in exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American. Who's this guy? It's a long story, Kano said. He filled Sasayama in on the situation. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy, Stanley said. Kano knelt down by Alcarawan's unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. Kano paused. Alcarawan's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? Scorpion tattoo. Kind of badass, I will admit. The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left forearm. Two-headed? Stanley strode over. Find something? He asked. Yes, I think this guy might be the ringleader. Seeing the image had reminded Kano of something he heard back at headquarters. The head of the foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. Ah, right. He relayed this information to Stanley. I see. Stanley called up Kuze in his cell. You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward on the case here. Wait a second, Sasayama murmured. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure, seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Mush mush, he answered warily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge. It's me. It was Shizuo. Oh, damn it, Kano thought. He did not have time for this right now. But if he just hung up, he might be even deeper hot water. Kano, oh jeez. Kano decided he better listen to what the old man had to say. Hello, sir. I'm afraid I'm not really at liberty to take a personal call right now, even if it is from my father-in-law. He did his best to sound apologetic. I am not your father-in-law. Yes, of course. Sorry, sir. He bowed his head reflexively, feeling like an idiot. You really don't give a damn about keeping me waiting like this, do you? Sir, I swear to you, I feel terrible. Oh, they're still waiting at that cafe, aren't they? Please, Flustered, he took a deep breath and recomposed himself. I promise you, sir. I promise I'll be there. If you can just wait a little while... Don't make promises you can't keep! Shizuo's barking rebuke made Kano break out in a sweat. You think I'm gonna let you off the hook just because you're working a case? This is exactly why I don't want my daughter with some detective. Great, another angry tirade. But didn't you used to be a detective, sir? Exactly, you'd think he'd be understanding of this. Kano muttered. You watch yourself, you little brat. It's not enough that you keep calling me your father-in-law, now you have to bring that up. Evidently, Kano had touched a raw nerve. It seems we did. Ever have a dentist hit a nerve while drilling a tooth? That's where this expression comes from. It seemed like anything he said only made matters worse. Well, you're not off the hook, Shizuo continued. I am never letting my daughter marry the likes of you. His fury hitting its crescendo, Shizuo promptly hung up. Why on earth did Shizuo hold such intense malice toward police detectives when he'd been one himself? Kano had become a detective for Rumi's sake in the first place, and that was the biggest thing holding him back. Hey, come on, let's go. Stanley's voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Ugh. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. Yet again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hadn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate's hideout. Kano caught sight of a girl in a hoodie weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. He rolled down the window and called out to her. Miko Morita was a fighter at the Cosplay Fighting Club Bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama the cat in a street fight. Oh, Tama won? She's thinking about what to do with herself now. Well, you know, maybe then Tama can find a gig over there. if this whole burning hammer thing doesn't work out. Excuse me, miss? Did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? With the road. I mean, what's with all the traffic? Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to be going anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went on her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't just some typical ransom case, he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, Kano said, I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. Drugs. What? Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for Akoshi Pharmaceutical. I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug, and someone's trying to get their hands on it. Yeah, we know all about that already. And I had a feeling that was what the kidnappers are really after. It's not all uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300 million US dollars, before it's approved. Worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine's developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to the tremendous cost of labor and equipment. Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? An international criminal mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. So wait, does this mean that the reason we're letting the syndicate walk around unfettered is on my orders? Yes. I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind. Precisely. Kano felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why, do you have a problem with that? Kano clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Dictum. Number 8. When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Kano recited the words inwardly, like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Stanley's face. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against a feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What happened to Hitomi and Tatano, her bodyguard? Now on top of all this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away without Karawan, without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind, still on the loose. Fighting back his fit of pique, Kano got out his cell phone. Do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like, similar to doing something in a huff. He dialed up Sasayama and wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Okaran back to the precinct safely. Or he dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's two daughters might shed some light on the situation. What about Sasayama? He wanted to make sure his partner got Okaran back to the precinct safely. Sasayama picked up almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Okaran back? Nah, I've got Tatano taking care of him. Oh, you found him. Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tatano? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. Kano felt a surge of relief. What about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over at him, curious. Tatano says he lost track of her somehow. Then he got called back to the precinct, apparently. Tatano had lost track of her. That's not like him, Kano thought. Since he was headed back there anyway, I handed our guy over to him, Sasayama said. I see. Kano was glad to hear that Tatano was alright, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back to tailing the Itachi case, Sasayama continued. Today's my wife's birthday, you know. The plan is to wrap this thing up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already got a present and everything. Oh, I thought when you said wrap this up, I thought you meant the Itachi case. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi. But Shizuo's face popped into his mind's eye right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. Midoriyama Academy graduate and national celebrity. Okay, they did already talk about her a little bit. Her popularity shows no signs of slowing down after she played the female lead in such films as The Beast That Hoarded Gold at the Heart of the World and The Swidden Fortress. Swidden Fortress? As opposed to The Hidden Fortress? There's another nationally famous actress with the same name, but it's a nationally known fact that the two are completely separate people. Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Alcarawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. I was wondering, and now I think it's getting pretty apparent that our Tatano guy is is working with the syndicate. Stanley's right behind him. They crept up on their target as silently as possible, then rushed him once they were close. In a moment they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Okarawan down. "What are you doing out here?" he demanded. "Whoa, hey, guess you didn't get the memo, huh?" Okarawan flashed a coy grin. "They let me go." "Let you go?" "I think your buddy here might have hearing problems," Okarawan said to Stanley. "I'm a free man." Kano turned and glared at Stanley. "What is he talking about?" "No idea. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate hangout by myself." "You don't think this is weird?" Kano asked. "I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again?" "What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go." "But that's ridiculous." "Then I guess he must have escaped on his own," Stanley replied. "In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things." None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remains that he couldn't just let Okarawan go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to the hangout, and the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captive, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Okarawan that would help resolve the case. Kano sat opposite Okarawan in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. Okarawan sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. "What time is it right now?" he asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain. This was the third time he asked to know the time. "Why are you so concerned what time it is?" Kano asked. Okarawan gave no reply. "Are you waiting on something?" Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. "It's around 2 o'clock, he said. "What time exactly?" "It's 2:18. 2:18 in how many seconds?" "Look, just cut the crap!" Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. "The hell are you people after?" Okarawan merely repeated his question. "What time is it right now?" With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch in Okarawan's face. "Ah, it's 2:20, Okarawan said. "Okay, then, that should do it." What does that mean?" "Yeah." The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kano's best efforts, however, Okarawan said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways. But Kano, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already over and done. While Kano performed admirably in recapturing Tariq Okarawan, ironically his action actually disrupted the investigation. Maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being really was the right call. Someone can do something at 140 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities. Thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. And continue with Aki and their pursuit. And a matter of moments, the street was clogged with a long line of stopped vehicles. Aki and Hitomi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Hitomi panted as she caught her breath. Well, you know what they say, idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands, it's idle hands. Whatever, at least they got away. Come on, let's go. Aki led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now, Hitomi was slumped and panting heavily. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they just hung around, their pursuers might still find them. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set out near the entrance. Flyers for Au revoir, the 22nd performance by the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. It tells the tale of a man named Ryu looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. Okay, that was the guy that Midoriyama was supposed to be interviewing, the one guy from that theater troupe. The performance features wire action as its major set piece, with Ryu and his rival Shido flying high through the air, doing battle with the magical Muramasa blade and beam saber, respectively. Aki peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. Looked like this was a storeroom for a theater's stage props and scenery. We can hide out in here, he said. But... Hitomi hesitated, but Aki gave her hand a little tug. It'll be fine, there's nobody around. They stepped inside the storeroom, and Aki quickly shut the door behind them. We should probably rest for a bit, he said. There was a wooden platform set up beside a large piece of plywood. Aki picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it out atop the platform's dusty surface. Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty. Thank you. Hitomi quietly took a seat. We should probably turn off our cell phones, Aki said. Could be really bad if they rang at the wrong moment. The two powered off their phones. Aki took a cursory look around. Didn't look like there was any way in or out beside the door they had come in through. There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. Oh. Hitomi let out a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Aki put a finger to his lips, and Hitomi gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. As long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the foreigner who attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with the cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Aki swallowed the lump in his throat. If this guy got in, they had nowhere to run. Aki turned to Hitomi. Should we hurry out through the door? Right now they were little more than trap rats. But... Hitomi clutched onto Aki's arm, hard. Can I help you with something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. That's just our storeroom, you know, the voice added. Aki heard footsteps scampering away. The kidnapper had run off. Aki exchanged glances with Hitomi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I don't know. Whatever. Let's hurry up and get stuff tidied up. Yeah, man, my throat's raw. It sounded like a conversation between two men. The storm door opened, and the men clomped their way inside. Tomonari Takaya and Taro Toga, two members of the theater troupe, the Wandering Angels. Takaya is the Wandering Angels' star actor, playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Au revoir, the troupe's 22nd piece. Last night he slept completely naked and caught a cold, leading to the sore throat he has now. Toga is the stage director, handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bando, in charge of the props, seems to have gone AWOL. So what are we getting? Let's grab all those folding chairs over there. Yeah. Producer said we're going to need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Orai said that? Going all out for the troupe's last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry, the men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Aki and Hitomi sitting silently in the shadows. Not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it, and it's still drawing a ton of power. Think it's defective? Aki and Hitomi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene. Worse still, it might alert the men who were hunting them. Once they carried off the rest of the folding chairs, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Aki decided they should hide out in the room a little longer. This blows. I want to get back out there to look for that blue van ASAP, but... Aki trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. Hitomi looked at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have the ransom money, yeah? Aki said. That's right. And then he told you your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure your sister was in the minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go get her. Right, Aki said. And yet the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have just let Hitomi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Hitomi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hitomi's face. Oh! That minivan had already left Oginzaka, she said. And it came back while we were waiting for it, Aki finished. He thought back to his earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then, inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside, which meant they had been trying to ambush Hitomi, as we saw in that one bad ending. They told her that her sister was in that minivan to lure her to it, and the kidnappers have been lying in wait inside. Do you think they were trying to kidnap me too? That's it. Aki clasped his hands together. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you. And then they'd make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get, like, infinite ransom money by constantly kidnapping one twin after the other. That seems a little far-fetched. Yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she said so, Aki realized it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me? Hitomi said. As in, like, they accidentally abducted the wrong twin. Oh, maybe they were after Hitomi the entire time, and they abducted Maria by mistake. Huh. I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That would imply they wanted me specifically and not my sister. Hitomi paused briefly and thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something? Aki suggested with enthusiasm. Hitomi shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just... Whoa, hey, stop right there. Aki had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please, don't. I'm just... Tears welled up into Tomi's eyes. What? Why'd this have to happen to her? Why not me? Whoa, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. Cheer up. It's like that song says. Don't just stand there, wipe those tears away. That one? You know it? Is that Aya Kamiki? Yeah, that's the one. Put your hand in mine. Every single bee's a light. Huh? You know, every single bee's a light? Hitomi let out a giggle. Everything will be alright. You got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright. Alright, yeah, I guess that makes more sense, I guess. Aki's mouth curled into a sheepish smile. Don't you love mishearing song lyrics? Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Aki said at last. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. The theater guys from earlier returned, and they sounded a bit panicked. Yeah, Takaya is the Wandering Angel's star actor, but lately, in addition to appearing on their stage, he's been taking on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is in Sun TV's upcoming suspense drama, Sumo Queen 2, where he'll play the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy," upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of the sumo ring. Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. Yeah. And didn't you hear who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. Aki rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Aw, come on, are you freaking kidding me? Oh, locked in? He paced frantically around the room, pulling in his hair. We're locked in! And that door was the only way in or out. Aki and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, Aki said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. He bowed at Hitomi repeatedly. We're never going to be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hitomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back on in order to call for help. Oh, Hitomi chirped. That's me. She took a look at the LCD display. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Hitomi began typing out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions rose in Aki's mind. Ideas are fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons, about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Aki's delusions are more of an ultimately harmless sort. Yeah, of Hitomi and Tanaka. Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, he noticed her gazing happily at her phone's screen. His delusions ran even more wild. While he was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing a response. So, what'd you wind up saying? Aki asked. I explained the situation. That we're trapped in a storeroom. You've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police. Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust in him. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash, all eagerness. Aki couldn't help but ask. So, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice. He says he's going to try to find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and lets us out, I can go look for it myself. He says he wants us to hide out here a little longer. Ugh, what the hell, seriously? He says if someone's after me, it's safer to stay where we are. That's a good point, I guess. If we can't get out, I suppose, hopefully that means the kidnappers can't get in. Yeah, I'm out of the running, Aki thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her. And there was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. Aki turned his own phone off, then slumped back in a huff. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Aki had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy, Susumu, I think it was. The gang guy. Hitomi's question caught Aki off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head. I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things would go back to the way they used to be, Aki said. He let out a tiny sigh. What that Kiryu guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Hitomi gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything, but I knew if I left, SOS would just fall apart. And I didn't want anyone else to get caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it, looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS HQ. Establishment for playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool bar serving alcohol. The standard pool table is rectangular in shape, sports 6 pockets, and supports multiple games including 9-ball, 8-ball, and rotation. There are also tables without pockets. This style is known as carom billiards. What do you mean you're leaving? Susumu was positively red in the face. You're our founder, Aki. You can't just up and quit. Susumu had been almost like a younger brother to Aki. If anyone was going to try and stop him, Aki knew full well it would be Susumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all that stuff you taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that can't be denied. Those are your words, Aki. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you've ever said. Then, to Aki's consternation, Susumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Without you, SOS is nothing. Aki could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Susumu, I'm sorry. Aki could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Aki turned his back to him in silence. Please, Aki, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough with all the request nonsense, Aki grimaced. What? Look at you, down on your hands and knees like that? Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later to the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Aki spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you. All of you. With each word out of his mouth, Aki could feel his own heart breaking. But if he could make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap! Susumu's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he railed. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. Aki walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face. Came away wet with tears. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologize to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never going to happen. Not unless Sasune gets better. He stared into the distance at nothing in particular. At least he sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needs a heart transplant. And the problem with heart transplants is that the timing's tricky. Active implanting one's heart into another person's body. Such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who can't survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted, however. Chief among them, that the donor must first be brain dead. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as or ischemia damage, in any organ removed from a human body, a transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Oh wow, I didn't realize. Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her, somewhere they could perform the surgery within that 4-hour window. The odds of that happening are so small it would almost be a miracle, which is what my sister's been waiting for. Aki thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. Damn it! And I've got a strong heart, too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Hitomi, but Suzune's blood type made finding her a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. A type of blood that doesn't correspond to the more common types of A, B, O, or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai, on India's west coast, the blood type takes its name from that city due to its relatively high incidence rate among the inhabitants. Oh, Mumbai. Shoutouts to Sinistubborn then. It was one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently there were only a few dozen people in all of Japan who had it. Oh god, that makes it even worse then. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centers seldom have them in sufficient supply. For this reason, when such blood types are discovered in everyday testing, samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperatures lower than 80 degrees below Celsius. If Suzune were ever to receive a heart transplant, it would need to be from someone who also had Bombay blood. Aki? Hitomi sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune. If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say if you happen across someone who is a donor match. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Does Hitomi have this Bombay type? I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I'd assume God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? Mr. Tanaka? Unfortunately for those two, it's not Mr. Tanaka. Right now, Tanaka's at the Osawa residence on his way to speak with Kenji Osawa, who's washing dishes after lunch. Okay, we finally get to move back over to him. Director, if you have a moment. Tanaka pointed his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yes, of course. Osawa took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. As soon as they left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him. I got an email from Hitomi. He showed his cell phone to Osawa. It looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Osawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she's told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry, I don't really have any idea, Osawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up on his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment and thought, looking like he might have a hunch. All right then, he said. We'll have to talk in more detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping in on me again, huh? Snooping as usual, I see. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard his conversation with Tanaka. Good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? Sounds from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. Something wasn't right, Osawa now realized. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, this is my bug tracker. So? Osawa huffed. What I mean is, sir, this one isn't broken. What? A chill ran up Osawa's spine. He swallowed audibly. I pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Osawa thought. I must have misheard that. Hold on, say that again? I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time Osawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Osawa felt the blood draining from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they heard about the email from Itomi. If the kidnappers were the one listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. Because they told... I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Osawa followed close behind. Oh, man. Okay, we reached the end of Tanaka's chapter then. Or for 1 o'clock. Give me about 15 minutes, and I will be back as we continue with the others. Alright, we're back. We finished Osawa's 1 o'clock hour. And it ended with the revelation that Tanaka seems to be wearing a bug. I'm not sure how the kidnappers could have planted it on him without his knowledge. I'm wondering if could he be in cahoots as well? I mean, given his closeness with the Osawa family, he could easily have been feeding them all the information that they want to help them, especially if it is the drug that he was working on, that's what they're actually after. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Let me see. We haven't done anything with Minorikawa in a while. Okay. This was at the Burning Hammer demonstration. Wait, there was... Wanted to double check. Yeah, I know. Someone can do something at 140. Actually, let me look here and see if there's a choice that can be made here. No, I don't think that was it. See what was leading up to this. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. Sarah leaned forward expectantly. The girl on the stage began performing magic tricks. She twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside it. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. The young woman immediately went to perform another trick, and then another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minorikawa headed over to him. Hey, you the one running this thing? Well, yes. When's the actual sales demo gonna start? Soon. Very soon. Yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon. Real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. He held up 3 minutes to He held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? I'm gonna be heartbroken. He kept his expression blank as an empty slate. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa! What kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. You know, no real reason, really. The man was getting seriously flustered. Just, you know, I want folks to get to see a little magic show first. Nope, try again. 30 seconds. Okay, all right. What happened is the required merchandise, What happened to the merchandise? Norikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. We know, it's just, Time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Okay, there we go. Just that, and then we probably have to finish with Tama's. Whoa, what's the deal? Something going on? It's a street fight. A number of people passed by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellas, and some of them stopped to form a small crowd. Asao Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Sagawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. The Tenryugumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing. These two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. Oh, those two guys. They've already collected from one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. The sales demo's already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. Round 1. Fight! A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion. Yeah! She immediately follows up the jab with a wide right hook. A type of punch involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial arts bouts, it's common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately to a takedown and pin. I jerk aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Wow, what was that? The crowd started clamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into a fighting stance. What the? How? She doesn't seem to know what just happened. Rah! This time I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Gotcha, she calls out. It was a feint. There's a visceral whump as a second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. What gives? My big mascot head serves to cushion the blow to the point I barely feel it. Hey-ya! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. Finally, I catch hold of her foot. Holding her off balance, I begin to walk her backward, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. Wah! Casual flip of my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air. The crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle. You're tough. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I'm a cat. A wry smile comes to Miku's face. To think a bride competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today's the day I retire. You're gonna give up just like that? Phew. Good match there. Miku clasped my hand firmly. But hey, I'm just glad my last opponent was you. I hoist up the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I ask the sales clerk. He shakes his head. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Heck, even I'm shocked at what just happened. It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some akijutsu, right? A traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more pacifistic Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess? I tilt my head non-committedly. Come now, no need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. The knick-knack shop owner, Taisei Yasuda, watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He's particularly fond of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and is thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid, and has thus far only waffled non-committedly outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whatever he wants if he's going to let me have the drinks for free. This is going to be a lifesaver. Is that all the shopping you'll be doing with us today? He asks. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say. Sure thing. Could you please not sell that necklace there? I promise I'll come back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I just gotta get back to the sales demo. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates the hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nokane building. By now, the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. Come on, Tommy, you can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Oops, sorry to keep you waiting. You're late! What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yanagishita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Who's that guy? Oops, sorry to keep you waiting. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. You're late, the event organizer snapped. What the heck have you been doing? Grabbing the newcomer by one paw, he vanished with her into the back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, he called out. But now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. At his signal, the young woman and the cat appeared on stage. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic. The young woman explained cheerily. The cat nodded and threw out her arms. The first time in human history you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. And with that, the sales demo was underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamor filled the room. What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you'd actually try to sell something like this. The outrage had been triggered by something the young woman on stage had said. She inadvertently let slip that burning hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100-yen shop. Oh no. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now the organizer, the full-figured young woman, and the girl in the cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gotten pretty interesting, really. Minorikawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Some modern digital cameras come with the remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of people smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognizing faces in the wood grain of ceilings. After all, if we can make out faces in the wood when we're gazing lazily up at the ceiling, we can't fault a camera for doing the same. Yeah, I guess so. Unfortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I'll need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. Excuse me, he asked one woman. Would you mind if I ask you some... Shut your mouth! Oh my god. Would you mind telling me a little about... Don't you talk to me! Could I get a word on unbelievable? Just unbelievable! The women were so enraged that Minorikawa couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Oh dear. Before long, the entire crowd surged out of the room and departed. Oh well, guess I got enough to do a write-up at least. Though it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. He decided to try for an interview with the man who organized the fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about his product scam falling through? Heading back into the event room, Minorikawa passed by the cat mascot. Oh, I can't do that yet. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Burning Hammer had been a bust. That means no necklace, I guess. Hey, I'm Minoru Minorikawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time? The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all of its earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Minorikawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagashita, and Minorikawa got right down to business. So, your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagashita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow's another day, I guess. Minorikawa was impressed by the guy's candor. A little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts, and I lost. Yanagashita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Minorikawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with, Yanagashita said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Ah, interesting, Norikawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go such lengths for a woman. Yeah, Yanagashita said. I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. The guy didn't strike Minorikawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, Yanagashita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off, you know? Got that right. Minorikawa nodded in agreement. So I just figure, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. good bit of optimism. A more earnest smile broke through Yanagishida's forlorn expression. Minorikawa wished Toyama could have been there to hear this fellow. I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minorikawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine, and... Scratch cards? It's not important, Minorikawa said, hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favors. Anyhow, debt is a terrible thing, Minorikawa nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? Yanagishita shook his head. No, never heard of him. Guess I'm not going to get any leads on that case here. Minorikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe the Shibuya Now survey? Maybe Yanagishita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Taking a little bit of the burden off Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling, you can't repay your debts, and yet you still refuse to give up, believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yanagishita paused and thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minorikawa was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure I can't pay off my debts. But even so, Yanagishita looked Minorikawa right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes, maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright. Minorikawa was surprised. And I mean, so what if I got debts? Yanagishita went on. In the long run, none of that matters. Not really. There was a knock at the door. Oh, excuse me a moment, Yanagishita said. Wonder who that could be. He opened the door and his face froze. Uh-oh. Is it the... Damn! Wasn't quite quick enough. Is it them? Wasn't quick enough. Mr. Minorikawa? Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind... Oh, sure, not a problem. I've got other interviews I need to get to anyway, so I'll just... But Yanagishita was out the door before Minorikawa could even finish. Stepping out into the hallway, Minorikawa could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagishita and two other men. Yeah, it is the two loan shark guys. Minorikawa couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. It's probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. Hang in there, Mr. Yagashita. Oh, perfect timing. Oh, him again. Minorikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. What is it? I'm real busy right now. I got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minorikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. Oh, okay. Foreigner in handcuffs. There been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minorikawa furrowed his brow. The suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterward, the man said. Afterward? The man leaned in conspiratorially. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Oh, what? I'm telling you, man, it had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? It seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making all this up, are you? Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have a tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to the police. Besides, they're never going to believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody. Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier to just make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in, anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops, I gotta get going. He skittered off in alarm. Minorikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. Yeah, guy's been pretty sus this whole time. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long, he arrived back at Café Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed it was close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Said a low, stern voice. You got no good magazines here. Minorikawa looked up. Oh, it's him. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who had been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. Haven't you got any magazines for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared toward a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir, she said. She held out an issue of 4-Star General Gossip. Oh, Toyama's magazine. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. Oh, jeez. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch cards still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might even end up further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine itself is still perfectly readable. Minorikawa said. There's no problem here. He strode back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. She picked up right away. Hello? Minorikawa asked. Hey. Good to hear from you, Chiaki replied. How's progress? I did it, Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino. Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said. Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Chiaki chirped in reply. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa told her. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout. Abbreviation for desktop publishing. First, the process of editing the manuscript's layout on a computer, preparatory to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that's ready for printing, but has not actually been printed yet, is also sometimes called DTP. Sure thing. Minorikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burning Hammer event kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back to his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black, empty screen. There was no way it would take this long to finish booting up. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. Had his computer decided to pick now of all times to give up the ghost? Oh no. Minorikawa felt the blood drain from his face. Well, what a note for his hour to end on. Alright, back to Tama then. Who's that guy? He doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute. I followed Mr. Yanagishita into the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. I proudly opened up one of the cardboard boxes. Ah, it's Burning Hammer. It really, really is. Yanagishita clutches the box close, nuzzling it with his cheek. How's the demo going? I ask. I got Chiri keeping him occupied with some magic tricks. What the hell? I sneak a peek through the door and see Chiri guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. Holy crap. Is that really a magic trick? Knowing Chiri at this point, maybe not. If it buys us time, it's magic enough. Before long, the last of the juice is gone. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause, like they'd forgotten what they originally came here for. Shiri comes back into the break room, positively drenched in sweat. I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little longer. No, that was fantastic, Shiri, Mr. Yanagishita says. Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we've had enough time to get the burning hammer back. He bows profusely. Alright, now it's time for the main event. Shiri, go out there and guzzle down some burning hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, this helped me lose a bunch of weight too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then. Yanagishita gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before, who's been waiting quietly nearby. Of course, begging your pardon, miss. It's a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try and get me out of my mascot suit. Masamichi Fukuma, employee of the Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know what Shigechi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi's harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes, ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Nonetheless, the son has acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. Oh, that's odd. The rental guy tilts his head. What's the matter? Yanagishita asks nervously. Yeah, this is a no-go. The rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit. This here zipper, it's all jammed up. It's gonna take a long time to get this thing off. What the hell? Mr. Yanagishita clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. The rental guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's meowing. Was that you? He looks at me, confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. Was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. Mr. Yanagishita and Shiri don't seem to have heard anything. Ah! Yanagishita's fuming. Just my luck. I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never going to see her. Hey, boss, Shiri says. The customers are going to leave if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions? Chiriko's repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning, a harbor seal hailing a cab, a walrus reading sutras, a fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on its back, a stellar sea lion taking a nap. Nice, very, versatile repertoire. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just going to have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure? I ask. If those people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. I'm counting on you two. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Tough crowd. Chiri and I spring into action on stage. But now, I'm proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer, the latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic, Shiri begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Shiri will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates the capsaicin found in chili peppers. The primary spice component of chili peppers. Said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it's a severe skin and eye irritant, it's also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defense. I pause to take a deep breath before continuing. And, rapidly breaks down the triglycerides responsible for causing obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight, obesity in the clinical sense is a medical condition involving intolerated health issues involving excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications, such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Shiri steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that fat is being burned right there on the spot. Shiri holds a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. Cheers, she says. As she opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up. Hold on. She's already sweating pretty hard. I was wondering the same thing. She's right. Shiri's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious. All of that juice drinking from earlier. That was all just to make her sweat like that, weren't it? All of a sudden, the crowd's in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking Burning Hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I rush to towel off Shiri's sweat for her. Go on, hurry up. Drink it down. Shiri's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Why isn't it working? I exclaim. The audience momentarily forgotten. Guess I've already sweated out too much, Shiri replies unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Look, you were taking forever at the 100-yen shop. Uh-oh. Oh, now you did it. The crowd shifts from uproar into riot. Did she just say 100-yen shop? Scowling customers begin to close in. No, that's not it. You got it all wrong. Please, just listen. Oh, we see what's going on here. The situation's gone out of our control. Look, this product is so valuable that a 100-yen shop is about the only way we could get it. Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. The customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. That was a joke. Kidding, that was just a joke. I gotta play this all smooth. I mean, seriously, there's no way you could find something this high quality in a 100-yen shop. Sweat is streaming down my brow. Really now, says one woman in the crowd. How about we find out? She takes out her cell phone. I know someone who runs one of these stores. Wait, let's not be hasty now. Why, what's wrong? Oh, it's just, you don't need to go out of your way like that. You said you were joking, didn't you? So it shouldn't matter if I make the call, right? Well, slip into a nervous coughing fit. I'm absolutely sweating bullets inside my cat suit now. Tama! Shouts Mr. Yagashita as he rushes out of the break room. What the heck are you doing? Abort! Abort! He howls. If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it. Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Shiri doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him. And her stare ferocious. Whoops. Realizing what he just blurted out, Mr. Yagashita is aghast. Now there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Mr. Yanagashita, their wrath a terror to behold. So then it is true! The hell are you trying to pull? Can't believe you tried to sell this crap for these prices. Oh no. The throng goes on the attack. Help! Shiri and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. The shouts are accompanied by merciless, open-handed slaps. Oh dear. I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Finally, the storm passes. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Yagashita wails to the empty room. So, boss? About getting paid. Even Shiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously. Yanagashita doesn't so much as look up. His shoulders slump further in defeat. I'll take payment in kind, then, Shiri says. Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure, Yanagashita says lifelessly. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. Shiri picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? Oh, sir? It's the man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals? Oh, right. How much was it again? Mr. Yanagashita rummages in his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I'll have to add the full cost of the catsuit to your bill. Your total comes to 200,000 yen. Holy shit. Was that 200 yen? No, sir, 200,000. Huh? Sorry, I can't hear it all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay. Yanagashita takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guy furrows his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please, you're not a child. Give me a discount. Make it 20,000. Instead of the 200 you owe? You know I can't do that, sir. But Mr. Yanagashita refuses to back down. Ah, that's right, insurance. I've got insurance in the event the suit wound up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it? Yanagashita calmly clasps a hand to his chest. Right here. The paperwork is here inside my heart. Oh, God, this guy. The rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. and believe me, I feel his pain. Know what? Never mind. I'm gonna leave this to my boss. Shigemichi Fukuma, president and owner of Far East Costume Rentals. Notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favorite rabbit costume. To Shigemichi, his costumes are like his children. If you were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yanagashita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps away out of his room. Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagashita. And he's still not going to help Tama out of the costume at the very least? Please, try not to let it get you down so much, sir, I say as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, a sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do. He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround. Not after this. Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who's had a run of bad luck, you're dead wrong. I wind up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yanagashita whips his head back up. Yikes, where did that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. What? Like, as in... Yanagashita's eyes go wide. What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas an endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head, causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter sense, memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanagashita looks at me with a hint of disbelief. So where'd you get the name Tama, then? I thought of it when I saw the tamagoyaki in those lunchboxes. Ah, tamagoyaki. Tama. I get it. He claps himself on the thighs as if he had some big eureka moment. Ah, yes. What would it be without somebody with your typical amnesia case, huh? But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain. Obviously, I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside a storehouse with a massive headache. A storehouse? Wait. Okay, the gears are turning. A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange, dim place. I already have a slight idea of who this might actually be. Yeah, I just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Huh, really? So is it pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are? He sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is, but it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. Besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw at a knick-knack shop. The same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow I know it's important to me. And so you took this job so you could afford to buy it? I nod. Of course, now that the job has ended in a total bust, I lost my shot at getting it. Okay then. Mr. Yanagashita removes his shoe, then yanks out the insole. This here really is the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen, adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and thrusts it all toward me. Aw, really? Here you go, he says. That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up. Oh, wow. I pluck up 2 of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingertips. I actually didn't have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow, I'm sure of it. Aww. And then, clutching his fist, Mr. Yagashita gets a far-off look in his eye. And then, one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight! My jaw nearly drops. Bride, like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I spent so much money at that place. Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. I wonder how much she's made me spend. Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods. To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. Ow. And I had to borrow them from some pretty shady sources, too. I can't help but suspect this poor guy got a real raw deal. Why don't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure. I'll be on my way then. Okay, and then here's where she passes Minorikawa. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I noticed earlier. The one I didn't recognize. Odd. The sales demo's over. I wonder why he's still here. I give him a faint nod, and he nods back before slipping back into the demo room. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. At last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the catsuit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. Figure it's best to just leave it behind. Then it dawns on me. Hold on, I still can't get this thing off. Probably head to the knick-knack shop as is. I mean, if you took the costume off, the shopkeeper probably wouldn't recognize you. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. A popular folk etymology asserts the expression, let the cat out of the bag, comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers who would sell a pig at market only to deceive the buyer by surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. What, seriously? How are you who's gonna mistake a pig for a cat? Or vice versa, rather. The likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even when inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low. Like I just said, let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring to it entering the language. I figure I'll head to the knickknack shop as is. Okay, I think I already know what to do with... And that will be, It was this spot, but... Oh, passed by the cat mascot. Oh, no? Okay, so it doesn't... Huh, that didn't affect anything then. Okay, give me a moment then, and as I ponder this, and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so... Not sure what jump we need for Tama, but I guess it would have to be... What would it be? 145? There's one thing. During this part. What happens if we just wrap it up? Thank you for your time, Mr. Yanagishita. If you'll excuse me, though, I have to get to another interview. Oh, no, of course. Allow me to walk you out. Yanagishita rose to his feet as Minorikawa got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's no trouble. I'm heading out now myself. Gotta run before those guys show up. What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody. Just a personal thing is all. Ah, so us continuing to talk to him gave those guys more time to track him down. They parted ways outside the building, and Minorikawa headed to the cafe to put his article together. Oh, okay. No, I guess... Although it seems like... Okay, that might have changed things in this regard. Stanley had to slam the brakes. Oh, okay, it's... Okay. Whoa, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kano sputtered. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Open up, he shouted. Open the door. The guy showed every sign of total panic. Junichi Yanagishita. Something happened just after he parted ways with Morikawa, and now he's running this way, in quite a panic at that. Is... Okay, nothing. Okay, that didn't unlock anything. Don't do it, Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. It wasn't like they could just drive off with this fellow clinging to the car. Please, you gotta help me. The man slipped his fingers through the gap in the window, trying to force it further open. Help me! Whoa, hold on. What's your deal? Help me! Sir, just tell me what... Help me! Look, up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Kano whipped his head around. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Okarawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano tried to jump out of the car, but the frantic stranger had gotten his upper body wedged in the window, and the door wouldn't open. Okay, that's going to keep him from apprehending him, isn't it? Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited the driver's side and went after Okarawan himself. Kano shouted at the man in the window. Get in. If the guy was that desperate to get inside, Kano wasn't about to stop him. Besides, he needed to get the guy to calm down and let go of his arm. Ow! The man yelled. Let go! Let go! He was the one holding on. Why was he demanding to be let go? What the hell's going on? Just as Kano's thought was forming, the crazed stranger was yanked back out of the car, dragging Kano with him. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. No! No! He screamed. I can't do 80 days hard labor! Somehow he was still managing to cling to the car door. Just give it up and let go already, snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two toughs tumbled backwards. Oh my... Jeez. Just like that, the crazed stranger was stripped down to his boxers. He let out a pathetic wail. Oh man! The two toughs burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. Now's our chance! One of them managed to sputter. The pantsless man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare. To dart off incredibly quickly in the manner of a fleeing rabbit. Yanagashita runs a lot more like a rat than a rabbit, though. Still cackling madly as two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle when Stanley returned to the car. No luck. I lost track of him. This doesn't make any sense, Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. Al-Karawan was taken back to the precinct. What's he doing walking free? Stanley gave him a dubious look. Have you seriously not figured it out? He asked. Or is this some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting? What are you talking about? Kano replied. Do you know something that I don't? Evidently I do. Your detective, Tatano, let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation. Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. It's not me you should be punching, the American warned. It's Tatano. Abashed, Kano rated up Kuze on the wireless. Sir, did Detective Tatano bring Tariq Al-Karawan to the precinct? It would appear that Detective Tatano has gone rogue, Kuze replied with chagrin. So he is working with the syndicate. He what? Surely Kano had misheard. We received an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free. Yeah, what Minorikawa called in. No, it can't be. We currently do not know Detective Tatano's whereabouts, or just what the hell is going on with them. After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst. Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. What are you trying to pull here? Tell me what you know, Kano snapped. Yeah, and how much more is Stanley hiding? All I did was state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He'd never betray anybody. I see, Stanley murmured. Then he's the real deal. Kano stared in surprise. He expected an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Tatsuno risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what he is. Kano didn't have the words. His clenched fist trembling once more, he fumbled for his cell phone again. He dialed Tatsuno's number. The phone rang 5 times but failed to connect. There has to be a reason for this, Kano muttered. Tatsuno must know something we don't. Really now? Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that? Because Detective Tatsuno was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom. Yeah. And he was absolutely right, I believe. Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tatsuno through the halls of the Shibuya precinct. We're gonna do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tatsuno, he chirped. He was maybe a bit too excited about getting to take part in such a major case. Tatsuno patted Kano on the back. You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees. What do you mean, sir? What I mean is this is no ordinary kidnapping. Tatsuno's words triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location for the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It doesn't make sense for the criminals to pick such a major intersection. Warmer, Tatsuno replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He had been so sure that was the answer. Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff? Kano thought some more before answering. Because women are easier to deal with, he suggested. Colder. If that were the case, why not pick the mother? No, what worries me is the fact that the Osawa girls are twins. They're having to send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that? What is going to happen, sir? Kano asked. I'm not sure yet, but I have a feeling the kidnapper's plan hinges on it. But if Tatsuno were working with the kidnappers, why would he be explaining all of this to Kano? The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against the backdrop of bright blue sky. Tatsuno let out a quiet sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Solve one case and another's waiting, he went on. As always, what is it about people that drives them to do such horrible things? A girl abducted out of pure greed? When I think about how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way toward the Scramble. Tatsuno continued talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had any money, always reeked of booze. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage. Kano could hear the pain in Tatsuno's voice. That life took too much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. And my father, he just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he wasted away to almost nothing. Not the sort of childhood I'd ever wish on anybody. Damn. Sounds like he really went through a lot. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say. Yeah, I mean, what do you say to that? Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably because I've never known what it's like to have a happy family. Tatano sounded so forlorn. The only happiness I know how to protect is other people's happiness. Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective. I just hope you're ready. Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm and level as he could, lifting up his clenched fist. Because if I find proof that Tatano is innocent, I'm planting this right into your jaw. Ooh. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. The traffic finally diminished, and they rapidly drew close to their destination. The syndicate hangout was Tomigaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down any minute. The black lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. Okay, yeah, because we had been through this point before, but that was where Kano was ambushed. But because the traffic jam held them up, I think they managed to elude the attacker this time, hopefully. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signaled with his eyes. Kano gave a tiny nod and Stanley kicked the door in. The stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Several bodies have been discovered. Kano let out a startled gasp. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He recognized them all. They were men who'd participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dried. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kano quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there was no sign of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strained groan. Hey, Kano called out. Stay with us. He hunched down beside the wounded man. A brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kano to make out any coherent words. What was that? But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still. So if these guys were all involved in the attaché case handoffs, seems like somebody didn't want to leave any witnesses Anyone who could talk, anyway. Okay, that leaves us with hockey. Back to the gold days again. Mr. Tanaka? Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Aki suggested. Or not. Oh, is this the... Here we go. The sales demo's over, and against all odds, I managed to get paid. Money clutched in one paw, I head to the knick-knack shop to finally buy that necklace I can't stop thinking about. Hello? Anyone here? I call out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Just a moment. Panny, the sales clerk, comes scurrying into the shop behind me. Sorry about that, just had to pop out for a sec. Whew, you not believe what I just saw. He leans against a pillar, gasping audibly as he tries to catch his breath. Wait, is that... Oh, you hear about that necklace. Wait, that is the same... Oh, that is... Yeah, that is the guy from the, Okay, yeah, I thought I recognized him. Oh, you hear about that necklace? The guy who was digging through the trash, the guy who gave Minorikawa the tip about, Okay, yeah. Do you still have it? Of course. Thank you so much. I have half the money here, and the rest is in my... Oh. I suddenly remembered something very important. Oh, no. The sales clerk gives me a curious look. What's the matter? My wallet is still in here, inside the suit, which she can't take off still. I pat the costume around the tummy. So why don't you just take that outfit off? Well, I mean, the zipper's kind of broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I could just get out of this darn costume. Kind of broken. It's way more broken than that. The sales clerk points me to a full-body mirror. He's right, the zipper in the back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you. I give him a bow. I'm not sure you need to be thanking me, he says. No, I do. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have let myself stay stuck in here forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again. Huh? Oh. Are we... Is it who I think it is? I think it is. It's Maria. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well now. Okay, that just leaves Aki's chapter to finish up. Suddenly, someone hit the door hard. Sounded like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Aki asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he would probably say something. Aki grabbed Hitomi's hand. We better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. In stepped the man with the cane. Oh, shit. The heck? Aki whispered. What's he doing here? And how'd he manage to get in? And it's like... Again, like he knew we were in here the entire time, which is why I think Tanaka is working with them. Aki and Hitomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Aki gazed longingly at the door. Aki risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do? Make a run for it? Or wait for a safer chance to escape? Again, if he catches them, it's game over. Again, there's really no escape from here, is there? Should we just make a run for it while we still can? They just need to make a run for it. Aki took a firm grip on Hitomi's hand. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from behind a tall piece of plywood leaning by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. If they'd made a run for it, they probably would have bumped right into him. Oh, shit. That was a close one. I'm glad some of these choices, it's made so it's not really a game over if you do make the wrong one. Aki wiped away a few beads of cold sweat. I'm sure this is the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh, did he have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. Aki and Hitomi took the opportunity to slip out the door. They ran through the alleyways, back toward the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. He stood waiting for them, holding a knife in one hand. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. If they turned back, Aki knew, the man with the cane might catch up with them, and he had a gun. Aki slipped off his sleeveless jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself. And then suddenly he froze. Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged toward the man with the knife, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Ugh. The figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. He dropped to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving Aki a clear view of the shadow behind him. Aki couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. Hitomi let out a little gasp. Does she recognize her? Kanan? The same words from one of the guys that were slaughtered before. She the one who killed them. Well now. Okay, so Tama's true identity is revealed, and now along with the others, 2 o'clock begins. Once again, I'm just gonna select someone. Gonna close my eyes and select someone at random to start off with. Okay, Osawa then. I do not want others intruding into my domain. Accordingly, I do not intrude on others. That is how I've lived my life. That is how I forged my sense of calm. But something has begun to drive me mad. The boundaries between myself and others have started to collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I will become something other than myself. And that's one thing I fear I could never bear. No, you don't. Kajiwara tackled Tanaka as he strode toward the door. The 2 men collapsed in a heap in the front entryway. Hey, Tanaka barked. What are you doing? Hold still. Kajiwara ran his bug tracker over Tanaka's body. It began beeping loudly. Aha! Kajiwara pulled off Tanaka's necktie clip. It's a listening device. Tanaka's face went pale. Where did you get this? Kajiwara demanded. Well... Tanaka trailed off into silence. I gave it to him. Who appeared on the 2nd floor landing. I wondered too if... Is she working with them as well? You were listening in? Osawa asked brokenly. Ma'am, Kajiwara said, would you mind explaining this? For once, he seemed deadly serious. I was barely able to hear a thing. That's what I get for going with something so cheap. I held a dangling earpiece. When and where did you get that? Earlier today. When I left to do some shopping. And why'd you plant a listening device on Mr. Tanaka? Kajiwara asked. That's what I want to know, Tanaka chimed in. Why would you do this, Mrs. Osawa? He was trembling. Huh? You were outside emailing someone earlier, weren't you, Mr. Tanaka? I saw you from the window. Emailing? Kajiwara looked into Tanaka's face. I nodded. He came back into the house shortly afterward, and I asked him where he had gone. What do you think he said, She was practically gloating, playing to her little audience. She began stalking down the stairs. He said he'd gone to check on something at the lab, despite the fact he was out in the yard there fiddling with his phone the whole time. Okay, so is Tanaka not part of the syndicate, but she planted the device on him. So I figured if I bugged him, he might show his true colors, and enough. Osawa cut his wife off. Tanaka had been emailing Hitomi, of course, but he couldn't reveal that now. I think I get what happened here, Kajiwara interposed. He folded his arms. Your wife thought Mr. Tanaka was in contact with the kidnappers. So she planned a listening device on him. The detective peered at Tanaka. Who were you emailing, sir? Yes, that's right, I chirped. Show us your phone, Mr. Tanaka. Let's see what you were really up to. Or is there some reason you don't want to show us? Osawa started to panic. If the police checked that cell phone, they'd find the emails from Hitomi. And if the kidnapper somehow found out about that, Maria's life would be in danger. But I was still relentlessly advancing on Tanaka. Stop this, darling. She turned to him in surprise. Tanaka was sending emails on my behalf, Osawa said. I asked him to do it. And just who was he emailing? It was... You need to think of a lie fast. Pretty honey. Okay, I just gotta see where this goes. It was Pretty Honey. The room went silent. Wait, what did you say? Not Cutie Honey, though? Kajiwara asked after a long, awkward moment. Honey, Osawa replied meekly. My apologies. I didn't quite catch that. One more time? Pretty Honey. Osawa's voice was scarcely audible. Pretty Honey, I asked, sounding ashamed on his behalf. Who's that? Osawa felt his cheeks burning. Of all the times he might have chose, why had he picked that one? Who is it, sir? Kajiwara demanded. He regarded Osawa's face keenly. A personal associate of mine. You wouldn't know them. But why ask Tanaka to send the messages? Kajiwara asked. Don't you have a computer in your study? Couldn't you have sent the emails yourself? My computer was having problems sending email. I'm not sure what the issue was. Look, the point is, there's no reason to worry about Tanaka's emails. Now, I assume we're done here? I need Tanaka to run some errands for me. With that, Osawa opened the front door. Tanaka gave him a quick bow and headed out the door. Hey, wait! I started to go after him. Just calm down, Osawa barred the way. There's no way he's connected to the kidnappers. Can't you see that? His voice cracked and he shuddered at a sudden rush of emotion. There, sir, Kajiwara said consolingly. She's just deeply worried about your daughter. Is she now? I believe it was said before, she held a lot of contempt for the daughters. Which is why I would think that she would probably have no issue with whatever happened to them. I turned around and marched back upstairs. But still, if she's that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift seems a bit... Clothing accessory meant to hold one's necktie in place. In the old days, they were a quintessential part of the salaryman's outfit, along with cufflinks and the company badge. Recently, tie clips have come back into vogue with some older men, now more frequently referred to as tie bars. Kajiwara's muttering trailed off. What do you mean? So asked. Nothing. Not important. The detective waved a hand dismissively, but there had been a definite note of suspicion in his voice. Well, back to work. Kajiwara headed back to the living room. Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of the detectives who now crowded his living room. The Aya Kamiki fan forum for people 40 and over was still open on his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey, a regular contributor to Osawa's threads. Okay, here's Pretty Honey, the username of someone who posts regularly on the Aya Kamiki fan forum, seems to know a lot about agriculture and the police, as evidenced by statements such as, "If the world were a farm with 100 people," as well as a tendency to post to another site called the 87th Precinct Telecommunity. Incidentally, Shinya Kano's girlfriend Rumi also posts the 87th Precinct Telecommunity from time to time. She's had several massive arguments with Pretty Honey there, with the latter criticizing the police for not doing their job, while Rumi insists that police work is very difficult and deserves more credit. Okay, we hadn't gotten into Kano's enough yet. I'm going to post the idea of Aya Kamiki expanding into America. She should be able to enjoy the success she's earned in Japan without having to struggle overseas. Aya's done so much for us. I'd like her to keep supporting Japan forever. The message was festooned with the sort of emoticons a young girl might use. Pretty Honey claimed to be a 19-year-old female college student. Although the community was meant for Aya Kamiki fans 40 and over, the settings allowed anyone to post there. The only young woman among the members, however, was Pretty Honey. Sus. The thread continued. By the way, have you tried the Aya fortune teller yet? Here's a link, below. Fortune-telling, huh? The practice of determining a person's future, luck, or life events using cards, horoscopes, and or other methods of divination. Most people believe such prognostication when it foretells something good, and don't believe it when the outlook is bad. That's about as much faith in fortune-telling as someone should have. Sawa stared. Should he ask it whether Maria was safe? If it gave him a good answer, he'd believe it. If it were a bad answer, he wouldn't. It might be worth a shot just for the peace of mind it would bring. He clicked the link and the Eye of Fortune Teller page came up. It asked you to enter your birth date and sex, and then Aya Kamiki would offer her advice. Sawa followed the instructions, entering his date of birth, selecting male, and then clicking next. A few seconds later, his fortune was displayed. You're a very work-minded person. He hoped for some insight on Maria, but instead it was just a write-up about his personality. You'd never be able to get by without the devoted support of those around you, but you probably don't realize that, do you? It's a big mistake to think you can get through all of life's challenges on your own. There's nothing cool about being ignorant. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you, and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Famous people who got your result? Shinosuke Orai, playwright. Oh, that guy again. That name comes up again. Well, that fortune was pretty deep, though. That was pretty deep. Yeah, the head of the Wandering Angels theater troupe. He has an interview appointment with Minoru Minorikawa at 2:30 this afternoon. Yeah, so Minoru at least is going to meet him later on this hour. Sawa couldn't help but feel the advice was painfully appropriate. He went back to the forum and replied to Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you again, Pretty Honey. I definitely know how you feel about Aya Kamiki being ours. Still, I'm confident she's got what it takes to persevere and succeed in America. And if she does fail, well, all of us in Japan will still be here to welcome her back all the same. I guess this voyage to America I've concocted just has me a little worked up. Osawa clicked post and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Osawa? Mr. Osawa! It was Kajiwara, shouting from outside the door. First the toilet, then lunch. What is it now? There's been a development in the case. Please join us in the living room. We have important matters to discuss. Kajiwara has detective face on. Oh, Ai. When Osawa entered the living room, Ai was already there, looking stern and solemn. Now that you're both here, Kajiwara said, allow me to share what we know. We identified a location that appears to be the Syndicate's hideout. You have? What about Maria? Is she there? Osawa exclaimed. We still haven't been able to ascertain whether your daughter is safe. Well then, what were those important matters you needed to discuss? Osawa felt a wave of anxiety rush through him. hideout in question is a condominium in Hiro, and it's owned by whom? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. Tell me. Go on, out with it! Kajiwara took a deep breath. The residence is owned by Mamoru Tanaka. Okay, well then, Still isn't looking good for Tanaka. Osawa was speechless. He couldn't process what he was hearing. Tanaka? Lies! I shrieked. Just what are you implying? That Mr. Tanaka's the kidnapper? Where's your proof? With all due respect, ma'am, weren't you suspicious of Mr. Tanaka yourself? Yeah, I mean, why'd you plant a bug on him then? I suppose, but you did go so far as to stick a listening device on him. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone in the room. Was that Tanaka? No, it couldn't be. There was no way. The phone was wiretapped. The detective wearing the headset nodded to Kajiwara, who in turn motioned for Osawa to pick up. Mush mush, he said cautiously. Hello. Is this the home of Maria Osawa? The voice wasn't Tanaka's. Osawa didn't recognize it, but the veiled despair that hung before him thinned slightly. Is this the home of Hitomi Osawa? This time the man on the phone used Hitomi's name instead. Yes, that's right. Huh? The caller immediately hung up. As Osawa stood there dumbstruck, Kajiwara gently took the receiver and hung up the phone. One of the detectives addressed Kajiwara. We traced the source of the call to his cell phone. Also, we pinpointed the base station used. Inform Director Kuze so he can prepare a team just in case. Just in case? Osawa asked. What do you mean by that? Kajiwara frowned slightly. Just because this is a kidnapping case doesn't mean every phone call comes from the kidnapper. We'll look into it, of course, but... I see. Besides, right now, confirming Mr. Tanaka's whereabouts takes priority. Don't you agree? Osawa nodded. Someone should call him, the detective added. I'll do it. I got out her cell phone and dialed up Tanaka. Where was Mr. Tanaka headed? Mr. Kajiwara asked. He eyed Osawa keenly. I don't actually know. Even leaving out the part about Hitomi, that was still the truth. If Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, Osawa knew he ought to tell the police about the blue minivan and the emails from his daughter. But part of him still trusted Tanaka deep down, and he couldn't bring himself to reveal it all. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Let's wait for him to report in. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Wait, didn't you just say that? Oh, is this a bit of a typo here? On the far side of the room, Ai was squawking in frustration. Despite several attempts, she hadn't been able to get through to Tanaka. Kajiwara's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kano? What's going on? He headed into one corner as he spoke into the receiver. I suppose that would be alright. What for, though? After a few more quiet words, Kajiwara held his phone out to Osawa. One of the investigators on the scene would like to speak with you. Frowning in confusion, Osawa took hold of the phone. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I just need to cut to the chase here. There was a pause as the speaker took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give your antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? What? Again, if the drug is what they were after, and they grabbed... Again, Hitomi might have been the one the kidnappers were after the entire time, but they grabbed Maria by mistake because they're twins. Osawa was so startled his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? Okay, I'm wondering if I went into Osawa's hour a little earlier than I should have. Maybe I should have done others first. Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. They were after the virus. Did he mean the UA virus kept at the lab? Wait, hold on. The detective had to be wrong about that. The kidnappers must have the UA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do what I wouldn't have had to do what I did to Hitomi. Oh, now I'm starting to wonder. He didn't do what I think he did he? Do not look away. These are your crimes. At last, Osawa understood what those emails from A were all about. They were a preview of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The kidnappers probably meant to start the main event soon. It might already be too late to stop them. Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara asked. Are you alright? The detective gazed with concern into Asawa's ashen face. Bracing himself, Asawa spoke up, his voice hoarse and dry. A killer virus is about to be unleashed in Tokyo, and I know who's responsible. It's me. The sudden confusion caused the detectives on site to stir like a hornet nest. Please, arrest me. Feeling the weight of his crimes crushing down on him, Asawa dropped his gaze to the floor. He held out both his wrists. I'll tell you everything down at the station, he said. Anything you need to know. Asawa imagined bodies dropping left and right. There were limits to what might be cured by the small stockpile of antiviral his lab currently contained. If they were unable to quarantine the infected in time, then Shibuya, no, all of Japan might be engulfed in a pandemic the drug could never stop. Massive outbreak, particular infection on a regional or global scale. In 14th century Europe, a massive cholera outbreak is said to have killed 2/3 of the population. And the Spanish flu outbreak in the early 20th century killed at least 25 million people worldwide. Given modern advances in transportation, some researchers are of the opinion that the global risk is higher than ever before. He could only hope that his complying with the authorities might help stop the spread of the infection before it was too late. The thought of the Uwa virus devastating Japan filled Osawa with despair. Blaming himself, he asked to be arrested, but this only happened because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in word choice led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Osawa just what the kidnappers were after. So yeah, maybe we should, let's see, what do we have with the... See, we got to 220 on Osawa's end. What was... You see, emailing... Not sure those are as relevant yet, but... Kano muttered. Okay, before we... Let me, give me one more second, I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Continue. Shibuya Scramble. We just started with the 2 o'clock hour now. We started a little of Osawa's, but didn't get very far until once again his guilty conscience over the Uwa virus caught hold again. He mentioned that there was something he said though that they already had it. And I'm wondering if whoever this international mastermind is behind all of this, I'm sure they're after the antiviral that he's working on for it to protect their own members from any bioterrorist attack they intend to do with it. Anyways, starting with Kano's hour. Kanan, Kano muttered. What's Kanan? Or rather, who? The stench of blood hung heavy in the basement bar. Stanley was silent, staring at the criminal's corpse. Hey, do you know anything about this? Kano asked. Still, Stanley gave no response. Again, I think Stanley knows. He does know a lot more than he's letting on. Even still. Silent treatment again, huh? Kano huffed. The American glanced at him gravely. In all likelihood, the one who did this was acting alone. Alone? Against this many other people? Who on earth? There's no need for you to know. Cut the crap! Kano snapped. He grabbed Stanley by the collar. If there's someone involved in this case who's capable of something like this, I need to know about it. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? Stanley remained stone-faced. Look, I'm not afraid of the risks, Kano said, and I'll be a lot more effective if you at least fill me in on the basics here. The more you know, the sooner you wind up dead. Kano tightened his grip. But it's okay if I wind up dead while I'm still in the dark, huh? Fine, Stanley said. I'll answer your first question. He brushed Kano's arm aside. Kanan is the name of a covert operative from the Middle East. In simple terms, a type of spy that infiltrates hostile territory to carry out various clandestine activities. I believe she's the one who killed these people here. The Middle East. Ah, that implies you already know this is a female, huh? The Middle East. Covert operative. Kano hadn't expected spycraft to be involved with this. Yes, she's an assassin and a cryptanalyst specialist. Do you recall the mass jailbreak from Abu Ghraib prison a while back? A prison in Iraq, west of Baghdad. Under the Hussein government, it was an internment facility for political prisoners, but following the Iraq War, it was used by the U.S. Army to house prisoners of war. In April of 2004, photographs of detainees being tortured by U.S. soldiers was released, causing a massive scandal. President Bush later made the decision to have the facility demolished. Kanan was the one who provided the intel the escapees used to get out. Kano was at a loss for words. The case was suddenly starting to seem a whole lot more sinister. Whoever this Kanan was, she apparently killed nearly a dozen people with only a knife. She was clearly no one to trifle with. And remember, we in Aki's at the very end of Aki's chapter, at the end of last hour, we encountered her, and Hitomi seemed to recognize her. That stands out for me a little bit. Just what kind of individual were they dealing with here? He could scarcely imagine. Once again, Kano surveyed the crime scene. Each of the murdered criminals has had its throat slit. From the look of the deep, clean cuts, the killer hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Okay, so then what connection does this Kanan have with the mastermind behind the kidnapping? If Kanan killed all the foreign syndicate members in this bar, did that mean she and the person behind the kidnapping were enemies? Again, or was this, as I suspected before, was this an attempt to for the syndicate to just cover their tracks and silence all the other people involved? Or perhaps she and the kidnapper were working in concert, and she carried out these slayings as some sort of plan to get rid of some loose ends, exactly as I just said. I believe I said I'd answer one question. Turning away, Stanley picked up a file from atop a nearby table. Apparently he wasn't in the sharing mood. Realizing further questions would be pointless, Kano peered sidelong at the file as Stanley opened it. Inside was a detailed map of Shibuya. There were various routes marked with arrows and times. That's the plan for the ransom relay. Kano was so excited he blurted his thoughts out loud. It appeared the ultimate goal for the ransom was a condominium. Oh, Tanaka's condominium? The address and the time 2:20 were written in red ink. Kano put an immediate call to the investigation task force to relay this information. Sure. Final destination is Ground Hill 405 in Hiru 534 Shibuya. Alright, Kuze told him. We'll look into who owns the condo in question. You and Stanley head over there now. I'm sending backup to go in with you. You have authorization to apprehend the suspect. Finally hearing the order he'd so long been waiting for, Kano felt a spark of determination flare inside him. Alright, let's go, he said, some of the excitement slipping into his voice. Stanley, still solemn, closed the file and followed him out of the bar. Stanley drove along Inokashira Dori toward Hiro, where the finish line for the ransom relay was located. I'm still trying to do that voice, which, again, not doing the original narrator any justice. His demeanor was cold and brooding, in sharp contrast with Kano's gung-ho readiness. He seemed lost in some deep and cheerless thought. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came into the Meiji-dori. We identified the owner of the condominium. It's... Kano held his breath in anticipation. The name Kuze spoke caught him by surprise entirely. Yeah. Oh. Well, we know now it's Tanaka, right? Okay, this is... Okay, 410. Try the owner of the condominium. It's Mamoru Tanaka. He's a colleague of Kenji Osawa. What? Kono squawked. This was an unexpected twist. Kajiwara confirms that Tanaka left the Osawa residence just after 1400 hours. No word on his movements since then. It's possible he headed towards private condo, where the Itachi case is slated to end up. Any officer who runs across Tanaka is to apprehend him on sight. Kuze cut the connection. This mastermind you've been chasing, Kano asked. Is it Tanaka? Stanley didn't reply. Fine, never mind. Keep your secrets. I just wish I could know if Tatano is safe. Still worried about that traitor, huh? So Stanley could ignore all of his questions, but could still remember to make snide remarks. Talking about Tatano is the only thing that gets a reaction out of you, isn't it? Kano snorted. What makes you so certain he can't be a traitor? Tatano just isn't like that. That's not an answer, Stanley scoffed. Alright, I've watched the man work for years. I know him. He has no reason to betray the Force. You've watched him work, huh? What about his private life, then? You know all about that, too. He hasn't had money trouble or anything like that? Kano felt his blood starting to boil. I don't care what you think, he said. I trust Detective Tatano. Trust him? On what basis? I don't need any basis to have faith in someone, Kano snapped. Without any basis in fact, it's just plain sentimentality, Stanley said. There's no reason or logic to it. A thin smile came to his face. Be they friends or family, you can never really know other people. What is his wondering about Stanley. Has he been betrayed by someone that he previously trusted? Is that why he's saying these things that he is? The only person you can trust is yourself. Kano had no response for such an emotionless statement. He looked away. He and Stanley were just plain incompatible. It seemed like no amount of talking would let them get through to one another. Never take anything at face value, Kano. You start trusting too much, you're basically as good as dead. Kano just stared out the window. The Shibuya precinct came into view. Tanaka's condo wasn't much further now. They were outside Tanaka's condo now. Over there, Stanley said, keeping his voice down. Across the street was one of the foreign syndicate members, walking briskly, the attaché case clutched at his side. I'm making the arrest. Kano, wait! Stanley exclaimed. Kano heard him loud and clear, but he had no intention of stopping. He approached the criminal at full speed, then leapt to tackle him around the waist. The two men fell to the pavement in a tangled heap. The collision sent the attaché case flying. Kano's eyes tracked the case for a moment too long. He was caught off guard when the man threw a punch at him. The blow caught him right in the jaw, snapping his head back. For a moment, Kano saw stars. As he shook off the impact, the man sprang to his feet and sprinted away in the direction of Stanley's car. "Stanley!" Kano shouted. Grab him! But Stanley ignored the man and instead went for the attaché case. "Oh, come on, really?" Kano had no choice but to pursue the perp himself. He hadn't come this far just to let the crooks get away now. Suddenly, the fleeing man skidded to a stop. Was it Hagrid? Several cars had pulled across the road ahead, and detectives were pouring out of them. His escape route cut off, the criminal resigned himself to capture. While Kano helped make the arrest, several of the other detectives broke into Tanaka's condo. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully inspecting the exterior of the attaché case. He already opened it. It was stuffed with bundles of banknotes. The 50 million yen ransom was back in police hands. "This is a decoy," the American muttered under his breath. "I wonder where—" His words trailed off, but Kano heard them. "What'd you expect?" the detective demanded. "Samples of that new drug in there?" As usual, Stanley gave no reply. The look on his face, however, told Kano he'd been right on the mark. Some of the backup team emerged from Tanaka's condo. Kano turned to them, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety for Maria. "What's the situation in there?" he asked. They told him they found no one in Tanaka's rooms. So the hostage's status remained unknown, and the main culprit evaded capture. The case hadn't been solved. In fact, it was still unfolding in the worst way conceivable. Still, Stanley remained focused on the attaché case, pondering it with a thoughtful expression. "Look," Kano told him, "I'm going to request that I be returned to my normal duties. Maria still needs to be rescued, and I need to find out what happened to Hitomi and Detective Tatano." For once, Stanley actually responded. "Hitomi? Yes, that's it. Makes perfect sense that they'd have her carry it. I think I know exactly what you mean. Because of what Osawa let slip. I think Hitomi is carrying the antiviral drug inside her, isn't she?" That's gotta be it. That's why they were after her, not Maria. And again, they grabbed Maria thinking she was Hitomi. They realized they fucked up, and then demanded the ransom as a way to get Hitomi out, so they could grab her instead. That's gotta be it. That seems... That's gotta be it. What do you mean? This whole attaché case relay was a fake-out. "Well, slow down," Kano said, wishing he could calm himself with his words. "Explain what you're talking about." "Somehow, the kidnappers made contact with Kenji Osawa, and got him to have Hitomi carry the drug, separate from the ransom. Wait, you're saying they had Hitomi bring them the drug? Stanley nodded. The case handoffs were a sort of camouflage, a way for them to keep the police distracted from their real goal. Kano nodded, and indeed felt like the case relay was a decoy, an attempt to buy time. If the syndicate were after something else entirely, that would explain why so many of their actions appear to make no sense. So, Kano asked, what sort of drug is this? Why would they go to such lengths to get their hands on it? It's an antiviral, Stanley replied, after some hesitation. A way to cure people infected with a very particular virus. What virus are we talking about? It's called UA. Kano never heard of it. Still, he could imagine the possibilities. Suppose this UA was something like the Ebola virus. Discovered in Sudan in 1976. Infection causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever, results in high fever and massive bleeding throughout the body. At present, there is no vaccine to prevent infection, nor any drug to cure the disease after it manifests. Or perhaps HIV. Human immunodeficiency virus. HIV destroys the cells that are essential for regulating cell-mediated immunity, considerably reducing immune response. This effect can result in infections that would ordinarily be fought off easily, developing into serious illnesses. There are various treatments, but as of yet, nothing that will eradicate the virus completely. Even the all-too-familiar influenza. Infectious disease caused by influenza virus. Symptoms similar to that of the common cold, but are much more severe, occasionally resulting in death. There are three main types of the virus, A, B, and C, with A and B causing the normal run of the illness. Neuraminidase is recommended as an effective inhibitor, but this merely alleviates the symptoms. It's not a complete cure. There were medicines that could treat all of those diseases, but nothing that could cure them completely. Any drug that could do that would be worth vast sums of money. Kano, do you have any means of getting in touch with Mr. Osawa? Yes, I know one of the detectives stationed at his home. Check him in with him ASAP. Find out whether or not he gave the antiviral to Hitomi. Kano suppressed a scowl. Looked like he wasn't done assisting Stanley yet. He got out his cell phone and dialed up Kajiwara. Kajiwara picked up promptly. Kano, what's going on? Could I speak with Mr. Osawa? I suppose that would be alright. What for, though? There is something I need him to confirm for me. It's an emergency. Alright. Just make sure not to tell him anything about the investigation. Sure thing. After a while, a man's hoarse voice came over the line. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. Kano took a deep breath. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? Osawa let out a gasp. Shit. Okay, you're gonna leave me hanging here, huh? Okay, Okay, one thing I am curious, now that Tama's true identity has been revealed as Maria, let's see where her path leads us. sales clerk continues to stare at me. You know, you look really familiar, he says. Huh? Really? I perk up at that. Maybe I can find out something about who I am. Yeah, you totally look like some pop singer or TV personality. I just can't remember who. Oh, that's what you meant? My shoulders slump in disappointment. Look, if you're trying to flatter me, how about a discount on the necklace? Sure, okay. I mean, it's just something I picked up off the side of the road. Picked up off the side of the road, huh? Yeah, we already saw him before, rummaging through trash for stuff. Probably stuff he could potentially sell in his shop. The sales clerk stammers for a moment. Okay, how about you take off 10,000, 30,000, and it's yours. You mean it? That perks me right back up. Guess I'm easy to please. Get your mind out of the gutter. That's not what she means, and you know it. Sure, you look like you might need to buy some new clothes, too. He points to my sweater. Oh, it's ripped. There's a tiny tear in the left shoulder. So, what do you want to do about the cat? The sales clerk adds. Want me to dispose of it for you? He gestures at my costume with his jaw. Oh, right. What should I do? I don't know. I kind of want to... I don't know. I kind of want to keep the cat costume. I feel a little guilty about having him go out of his way for me more than he has already. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He looks a bit disappointed when I tell him that. I buy the necklace for 30,000 yen and leave the knick-knack shop, hauling the costume with me. You came... A giant cat head. But as I walk along, I start regretting my decision. I can't find a good place to throw the cat outfit away. Finally, I spot a convenience store that looks like it'll do just fine. Although, I don't know. Could we have sold the cat costume to him as well? One of the employees is out front cleaning out the trash can. Several large garbage bags line the side of the road. Perfect. Maybe I can have him toss out the costume along with everything else. Excuse me, I've got this old cat suit here. I figure it can't hurt to ask. Yeah, I know. The shop boy takes the costume from me. Taku Okado, 22-year-old getting by on part-time employment. Recently, after a number of employees quit in rapid succession, the owner hurriedly took on several new hires. But for some reason, instead of everyone chipping in on the cleaning, Okado always winds up stuck doing it. You heard her throw this thing out. I got it. He sounds wholly unsurprised. He accepts it so blithely, I actually feel bad. It's been like this all morning, he says. I don't even care anymore. Just throw away what you need and be on your way, I guess. It's been like what all morning? I'm out here cleaning and people keep dumping trash on me. First it was this couple that up and threw a garbage bag at me. Oh, is this who I think it... Aki, yeah, Aki and Hitomi. They just ran into a girl called Kanan. After that, this homeless-looking guy came by, took all his clothes off, and left. Yuji Sasayama. He changing his disguise. Just like now, some chubby girl tossed out some empty cardboard boxes and a bunch of empty bottles. Oh, cheery. That must have been cheery. She was probably drinking the burning hammer while she walked along. So when you came by just now with this thing, I knew right away. Yep, this again. I'm sorry. It's alright. 3 times, 4 times, what's the difference? He flashes a bright smile, but it's clearly insincere. Then he looks at me more closely. Huh. Aren't you the girlfriend of that dude who threw the bag of garbage at me? Oh. Yeah, Hitomi. What? No, not me. Huh, guess I'm misremembering then. Well, anyway, thanks for your help with this. I gave the guy a bow. Sega! A few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. Checking the directory by the entrance, I see it's got several clothing shops and an arcade inside. They probably sell shirts in here. I hurry inside. The interior of the building is like a twisted maze of corridors, all of them overflowing with people. I take the escalator to the second floor and find myself amidst rows of arcade games. I was trying to get to the fashion area, but I must have gone the wrong way. Well, oh, it's Toyama. Excuse me. You haven't seen a lost little girl, have you? Oh, you lost your daughter? I turn to see a miserable-looking middle-aged man peering at me anxiously. Teru Toyama. He got separated from his daughter Hana while running from debt collectors. He's on edge, worrying that the men who are after him might take Hana hostage. Have you seen her? A little girl about 10 years old? A girl around 10? Have I seen her? What's her name? Hana. Hana Toyama. Hana. Oh, that's a pretty name. So, yeah, she's about yay tall. The man launches into a rapid-fire explanation, describing the girl's features, hair, and clothes. I got separated from her around Center Guy. She likes this place, so I thought maybe she'd come around here. Center Guy, that's right, now you remember. This is the guy I bumped into earlier in the afternoon, while I was racing around in the cat costume. He got separated from his daughter? Yikes. If she did come here, it's not going to be easy to find her in the midst of these crowds. Are you sure she didn't go back home, I ask? Well, there's this problem, he mutters. Going home isn't an option. Well, that's not really an explanation. Sorry to bother you. I'll look around a bit more. With that, Hana's father disappears into the crowd. I leave the arcade and head for the fashion area. Oh, and I bump into Mr. Yanagishita in a hallway lined with photo booths. Huh? Boss? What's he doing in a place like this? Oh, Tommy, you're out of the suit! For some reason, he's got a bunch of magazines strewn across the floor. Yeah, I finally managed to get it off. That's good. Man, I wish you could have been at the sales demo without your face hidden away. What are you doing? You mentioned something about a creek earlier? Are you going on a trip? Yeah, I was, but then I remembered something important. I get motion sickness, something fierce. He sounds kind of proud of himself. So yeah, no trips for me. Heck, I don't even want to think about that now. What about the money you owe? I asked, curious. Well, as it happens, I think I may have found my solution. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles. Oh, the scratch cards. Right here. I found a great way to make a killing. To earn a lot of money, usually in a very short time, and with little effort. The phrase originated in the 19th century in reference to hunters who were paid based on the number of kills they made. He opens the magazine he's holding onto to reveal a scratch card with a potential 100,000 yen prize. Just gotta scratch off one of these to win 100,000 yen. All I need is 30 of them and my debt's squared away. Each magazine I can nab is more money for me. Despite his enthusiasm, his story doesn't quite add up. Are those scratch cards guaranteed to win? No, of course not. It's a lottery sort of thing. Well, then having 30 copies of the magazine is hardly a foolproof solution. Quite the opposite, in fact, but I hold my tongue. Okay then, now that my goodness of fortune Tom is here, let me hurry and scratch these suckers off. Yanagashita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. Aw, that one's a loser. Or maybe the next one? No, that one's a loser. Oh, he's still losing. In a spectacular display, he scratches off one losing card after another. Oh no. Oh, poor Yanagashita. He still can't win. Soon he's down to just one last magazine. You're not a very lucky person, are you? Oh, please don't say that. Mr. Yanagashita looks like he's on the verge of tears. I stare at one of the losing scratch cards. You know, if you could just see the symbols through the card, you'd win for sure, I say jokingly. Oh. When I do, I really can see the symbols through the card. Boss, I think I might have just... Shh! He interrupts me before I can share my shocking discovery. I look at him in surprise. Mr. Yanagashita's gone all pale. Quiet, Tama! These guys are here! Oh. He shoves me in a photo booth. Those guys. The debt collectors, he hisses. They just do not give up! He clutches the sides of his head. Peeking out of the booth, I spot a pair of men who look pretty rough around the edges. Is it those two? Shh, not so loud! The men are looking around and they're getting closer and closer. What do I do? What do I do? Mr. Yanagashita starts getting panicky. Tama, what do I do? I have no idea. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Mr. Yanagashita whispers. Give me a job, so I kind of owe him. Yeah, let's help. Let's help him. He gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I'll look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. Unfortunately, I don't see anywhere that might work. We might be safest staying right where we are. Just stay nice and still and we'll be fine, I whisper. Yeah, you're probably right. The curtain's drawn so people can't see inside, but just to keep up appearances, we'll start taking photos as if we're normal customers. I really hope they don't look in here, Mr. Yanagashita murmurs. What will we do if they find us? They won't, just don't worry. Despite my reassurances, it was a while before he stopped trembling. Then he said, "You know, Tama, they say that when a man and a woman meet under unusual circumstances, it's easy for them to fall in love." Uh-huh. Do they now? They do. Going through an extreme situation together makes you fall for each other. Oh, get them. So, want to get married? Whoa, go. Damn, Yanagishita just cutting right to the chase. No way. Yeah, I'm not having this conversation. Anyway, I think they're gone now. The debt collectors, I mean. Mr. Yanagishita peeks out and quickly scans the surrounding area. They're gone? They're gone! So long, losers! His fear has given way to a burst of manic energy. Guess I'm in the clear now. Thanks, Tama. Come on, let's take some commemorative photos. Huh? To commemorate what exactly? Come on, it'll be fun. Okay, big smile now. Ready? Cheese! Oh my goodness. After that, I part ways with Mr. Yanagishita and head for a different floor. I don't tell him about being able to see through the scratch cards. That guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. Oh boy. Hey, come on, wait up. I'm on the escalator to the 3rd floor when I hear someone shouting. I figure it's someone yelling to their kid, but when I turn to look, I see a young man I don't recognize staring right at me. Where are you going? It's not safe for us to get too separated. Who's this weirdo? Is this some new pickup trick or something? I rush up the escalator to get away from the guy. When I get to the restaurant section on the 4th floor, I'm hit with a sudden pang of hunger. Come to think of it, I ain't eaten a thing all day. I'm so hungry, I muttered to myself as I walk around. What should I eat? Then I spot Chiri coming out of a Chinese restaurant. Hey, Chiri! She turns to look at me, confused. Who are you? Oh, it's me. It's Tama. Oh, I thought I recognized that voice, she replies with a nod. Did you eat again, I ask. Well, yeah, but then they kicked me out. Isn't that just terrible? She looks pretty displeased. I came here because they said it was all you could eat, but then they closed shop because they ran out of food. Was it because you ate it all, Chiri? Oh, wow, you're right. I spot one of the restaurant staff hanging a closed sign on the front door. Man, now my early afternoon snack is ruined. An afternoon snack? And an all-you-can-eat buffet? I can't help but stare at Chiri's midsection, amazed by what that stomach is capable of. By the way, have you seen the boss? She asks. I thought he finally accepted he needs to buckle down and work, but he's got to some new crazy scheme. Guess the guy's just never gonna learn. I figure nothing good's gonna come from associating with him. I'd be careful if I were you, too. Done with her little rant, Chiri says goodbye and heads off among the restaurants. Hitomi? Who said that? Were they talking to me? Oh, wait. Are we in the... I turn to see a businessman of some sort staring in my direction. Like everyone I've run into today, I don't recognize him. For some reason, though, I feel relaxed in his presence. Is that you, Hitomi? Hitomi? Could that be my name? Or are you Maria? No, As I fumble for words, the man peers at me with obvious concern. What are you doing in a place like this? We need to get you back home. Your parents are worried sick. My parents? Did someone file a missing persons report while they've been wandering around with amnesia? The man leads the way and I follow. Oh, was that Tanaka? We leave the Gigo building, but head down a narrow alleyway. Then the man suddenly stops. I feel a jolt of anxiety as I notice something gleaming in his hand. It doesn't matter which of the two you are. You're both in the way. He mutters almost as if talking to himself. Right after that, everything goes dark. After meeting a man who seemed to know her on the restaurant level, our heroine hoped to find out more about her past. Instead, she wound up being attacked in an alleyway. Ultimately, this all came to pass because she was avoiding that young man who mistook her for Hitomi. If he hadn't come shouting after her, she would have gone on to buy some clothes as she originally intended. No! Norikawa's cry of despair echoed throughout the cafe. His laptop monitor stared back at him, blank and empty. Don't you die on me, buddy! He jabbed his finger sharply at the screen. But the computer gave no response, looking well and truly dead. What the hell? Norikawa pounded his fist on the table. This would be a worst-case scenario, even if he weren't desperately pressed for time. Guess I'll just have to write by hand, then. He rummaged around inside his bag and pulled out a notebook. I can still do this, he shouted, doing his best to psych himself up for the task ahead. I will still do this. Excuse me, sir? The waitress appeared timidly beside him. What? Norikawa snapped, his pen still flying across the paper. Sir, if you could please quiet down. My damn computer just broke. I'm allowed to scream or two. Norikawa was in no state of mind to be quiet. If it weren't for the deadline he was racing to meet, he probably would have gone on screaming until he passed out. Your computer's broken, you say? The waitress peered at the monitor. Yeah, look, it just suddenly stopped displaying anything. Could it be that, the battery's just dead? You know, the thought occurred to me also. I don't know if when you charge it. Norikawa sat bolt upright. You know, that thought never occurred to you? That's it! The waitress flinched as Norikawa's finger jabbed toward her face. It hadn't considered that possibility. Hey, let me plug in somewhere. There's an outlet right there, sir. She pointed at an outlet by Minorikawa's feet, making no attempt to hide her exasperation. Minorikawa plugged in the power cable, and the monitor sprang to life as usual. So, now that that's sorted, would you please be quiet, sir? Don't talk to me. You're interfering with my writing. Minorikawa's fingers already began dancing across his keyboard. With a sigh, the waitress disappeared back into the kitchen. Oh yeah, now we're talking! His fingers picked up speed as he went about touch typing. The act of typing the keyboard without looking at the keys. The aspiration of computer novices everywhere. The typical method involves placing the index fingers on the F and J keys, with the middle ring and pinky fingers resting on the A, S, and D, or K, L, and semicolon keys to either side, from which all other keys are easily reached. With practice, a touch typist can instinctively hit the correct key every time without looking. Pros and cons of surveillance cameras. Proprietor of outdated electronic shop oversees high-tech camera system. Bedlam at Bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Bankrupted organizer remains undiscouraged. Now Minorikawa's spirits were riding high. His writing rolled along at a brisk pace. Sir? It was the waitress again, her voice yanking Minorikawa right out of his soaring mood. Sir? Now what? Has the President of the United States agreed to give me a one-on-one interview? The waitress's eyes went wide with confusion. Huh? Because unless it's something that important, do not speak to me right now. But she was undeterred. Sir, please, if you could just be a little quieter. Minorikawa's fingers ceased their rattling across the keys. Just what sound do you have a problem with? All I've been doing is writing a copy. Well, for the last while, actually, you've been talking while you write, sir. Talking? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Yes, sir. You've been talking about an electronics store and some bogus weight loss drink? I assume that's what you're writing about. You're saying I've been narrating my copy aloud while I'm writing it? Without his even realizing it? That's right, sir. Other customers sitting nearby were openly snickering. Well, so what? He snapped. He was red in the face now. You should all be delighted that you get to hear what I'm writing before the magazine goes to print. Well, actually, sir, one of our customers has been complaining. Oh, and I think I know exactly who. Complaining? Of all the nerve, who is it? Where are they? Minorikawa scanned the other patrons, many of whom were unsuccessfully trying to hide their laughter. It was me. I know exactly who it is. Yep, him. It was the grumpy older fellow who'd been making a scene earlier. Bogus diet fads, peeping security cameras. Reminds me of that sleazy tabloid 4-star general gossip I hate so much. Oh, you seem to know a lot about it for something you hate so much. The man's face twisted up with scorn. Your behavior's bothering everyone in here, he said. Do you not understand that? No, I don't. Guess a reporter who writes nothing but nonsense prefers nonsense in everything he does. Minorikawa could feel his blood boiling. What was that? Go on, say that again. Oh, gladly. Nonsense, filth, codswallop, flim-flam. You bastard, how dare you? Minorikawa stormed over to the man's table. Flim-flam indeed. Bogus or insecure content. Few things anger Minorikawa more than reports using dishonest means to create a story. Having his own work called Flim Flam would naturally make him blow his top. Just who are you calling Flim Flam? The other man stood up and glowered in Minorikawa's face. You utterly lack any manners or sense of decency for starters. I have plenty of manners and decency. I also happen to have a deadline. Bah! As if a flim-flam artist like you has a work ethic. Stop calling me flim-flam. The waitress inserted herself between the two men. Gentlemen, please, stop fighting. I demand you remove this man at once, the older fellow barked. He's the one you should be kicking out, Minorikawa shot back. By now, he was ready to go for this guy's throat. Please, the waitress pleaded, both of you, return to your seats. She grabbed onto Minorikawa and began to forcibly drag him back to his table. Oh, okay. Okay, just calm down. Minorikawa did his best to swallow his pride. Whatever, he huffed. I don't have time for this anyway. He stalked back to his seat. The other man snorted and sat down with a scowl. Needless interruption, just when he finally gotten into a writing mode, it all but killed Minorikawa's motivation. He decided he needed to take a breather. He turned to the waitress. One spaghetti Napolitan, please. Spaghetti flavored with tomato ketchup. Ew, no. Ketchup? Why? Tomato sauce, marinara, any of that sort of stuff, great. Ketchup? No. I draw the line there. No, you don't put ketchup on it. No, ketchup is not a substitute. No. God, no. Corruption of Neapolitan, though the dish itself has no connection to the Italian city of Naples. Rather, it originated as a menu item as a hotel in Yokohama shortly after World War II. There's also a spaghetti dish from Nagoya called Milanese, which likewise has no connection to the Italian city of Milan. Okay, but yeah, no using ketchup as a substitute for any like marinara or any of that sort of thing. He might not have a lot of spare time, but working on an empty stomach wouldn't work him any favors. While waiting for his order to come out, he decided to read back over the copy he'd written so far. Huh? When he looked back at the monitor, the screen was black yet again. Looking at his feet, he saw the power cable was now unplugged. Did you unplug the computer? What kind of cafe are you people running here? He shouted. The waitress hurried over, looking combative. Sir, you yanked that out when you stood up earlier. A likely story. It's the truth, sir. Minorikawa pointed at one of the customers sitting next to him. Is she telling the truth? Did I really yank my power cord out myself? The man nodded sheepishly. Yeah, well, then that's the outlet's fault for being someplace where it unplugs so easily, Minorikawa squawked. The waitress marched away, head held high. Oh, God. Just make sure that spaghetti's delicious, Minorikawa shouted after her. Do that and I'll consider us even. Oh, and load it with cheese. Lots of cheese! He plugged the power cable back in, then let out a heavy sigh. In all his writing fervor, he hadn't sought to save his work. Always make sure to save your work to avoid losing data. Honestly, why is it that your computer only seems to freeze when you forgot to save your stuff? He's probably going to have to rewrite most of what he'd done. Excuse me. Minorikawa looked up to see a young woman standing there. I'm so sorry, she said. About my father. She gave a tiny bow. Father. Oh, the rude old man? He's just a little worked up right now. Please, don't pay him any mind. So what, you waiting on your boyfriend? Huh? The woman was taken aback. I happened to hear you two arguing earlier. Would have been about 2 hours ago? Oh, I see. An awkward, embarrassed smile came to the woman's face. I thought he was going to ask my father for permission to marry me, so we've been waiting for him, but he hasn't shown up? No, he must be really busy. She cast her eyes down sadly. Minorikawa took a better look at her. She was gorgeous. A woman with her looks wasn't something he saw every day, that was for sure. Say, would you mind talking with me for a bit? He asked. Me? Yeah. I kind of need to turn my mood around here. Okay, at least until my father gets back. The woman cast an anxious look toward the restrooms. What's your name? Rumi. She sat down across from him. Wait a second, aren't you... Minorikawa peered at Rumi's face. One of those twins that was chosen as Miss Midoriyama? Rumi shook her head. No, not me. No? Darn, didn't think I'd be that lucky. He took a sip of his now cold coffee. I do know the girls you're talking about, though, Rumi said. Minorikawa spat out his coffee in surprise. Rumi squeaked in alarm as the spray splattered her face. But Minorikawa leaned in, unconcerned. You mean it? You really know them? Yes, Rumi replied. You're talking about the Osawa twins, right? Oh. She got a handkerchief and wiped the coffee from her face as she spoke. Osawa, huh? Minorikawa glanced down at the project proposal on the table. Sexy Squared, twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. That was them! Huh. Midoriyama Academy, Maria and Hitomi Osawa. Yes, that's it. The Osawa twins. I actually won Miss Midoriyama myself a few years ago. This year I served as one of the judges. Minorikawa adopted a self-satisfied pose. Guess I really was born under the right sign to be a freelancer. The leads just come right to me. Sure, Rumi muttered. Okay, let's talk basics then. Tell me what you know about these girls. Well, I really don't know them personally. Rumi continued. Wait, separately. Wait, shit. No, that wasn't it. What was the... I remember hearing they entered the contest separately. Okay. Now Minorikawa was a bit confused. Yes, that's right. I assumed they entered as a pair, but apparently not. I wonder why. I mean, they're twins. Don't they look alike? Wear the same clothes? Do everything together? Say the same things at the same time and stuff? Rumi chuckled and shook her head. No, not at all. Besides, those two aren't identical. They're fraternal twins, she said. Twins born at the same time from two eggs that were fertilized separately. Fraternal twins don't share the same genetic information. They can differ in such characteristics as sex and blood type, although there are cases of fraternal twins resembling one another almost as closely as fraternal twins. Maria and Hitomi Osawa happen to look very closely alike, but they do not have the same blood type. Though at glance they do look very similar. Still, how could I put this? They both give off very different impression. Oh? Now that sounds just interesting. Mind explaining what you mean? Minorikawa opened his memo pad. I talked to them briefly after the awards ceremony. The older sister struck me as really energetic, but the younger one was more quiet and reserved. Minorikawa's investigative senses were tingling. I wouldn't figure a shy girl would want to compete in a campus beauty contest. I suppose not, no. Yeah, I don't suppose you got anything juicier, Minorikawa asked. Rumi frowned. Would you like to just go ask them yourself? She said. They don't live very far from here. Whoa, hold the phone! Minorikawa could hardly believe what had just fallen into his lap. The advance info in the project proposal mentioned the girls were students at Midoriyama, but hadn't given an actual address. If he could talk to them directly, now that would be pay dirt. You know where they live? Well, not exactly. I just heard they lived in Shoto. Ah, Shoto. That wasn't far away. A car or motorcycle could get there in almost 10 minutes. Be quicker than going to Midoriyama Academy, and he'd be able to meet with the girls themselves. Midorikawa flashed a quick look toward the restroom. Looked like Rumi's father had just gotten back. Sorry, she said. I should be going. No problem. And thank you. Rumi gave him a quick nod, then hurried back to her seat. Minorikawa grabbed the directory from the public phone and flipped through the pages. To his surprise, there were only 5 listings for the name Osawa with addresses in Shoto. There was neither a Maria or a Hitomi, but he hadn't expected there to be. He needed to find their parents. Wasting no time, he called up the first Osawa on the list. Bingo! Minorikawa couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. He got the right place on his first try. Way to go, me! He committed the house number listed in the phone book to memory. Just then the waitress reappeared with a disgruntled expression and Minorikawa's order of spaghetti Napoleon. Here you are, sir. With the cheese. Oh-ho! The pasta was piled high with an impressive mound of grated cheese. Looked almost like a miniature mountain of snow. You did say lots of cheese, sir, the waitress told him. She set down a canister of cheese and a bottle of Tabasco. A sauce made by the U.S.-based McGillany Company consisting of hot peppers, green vinegar, and rock salt. Known for its distinctive spiciness, it can make spaghetti and pizza quite tasty with the addition of just a few drops. Tabasco also goes pretty well with ramen and curry, recommended for times when flavors lacking a little punch. However, even 1 drop may be a bit too much for those who can't handle spicy things. It's been claimed that Tabasco was first imported to Japan by a certain well-known former pro wrestler, but this story is untrue. Oh, this looks good, Minorikawa exclaimed. He twirled some spaghetti up with his fork and shoved it in his mouth. The slightly soured sweetness of the ketchup blended perfectly with the mellow flavor of the cheese. Oh, that is tasty. Again, no ketchup for me. Ketchup is a different beast entirely, which I refuse to touch with a 10-foot pole. He turned back to his laptop, still wolfing down the spaghetti. Alright, we're back in action. Let's do this. Again, he unthinkingly blurted his words aloud as he slipped back into writing mode. I got this! I got this! Ketchup smeared around his mouth. He set his fingers, tapping away at the keys. The waitress let out another groan of dismay. Huh? You say something? What is that? Minorikawa glanced in her direction, but the waitress faked a smile. No, sir, I don't think so. Yeah, well then go away. You're distracting me. The moment he looked away, she clenched her fist in indignation. Oh, jeez. Okay, you two lovebirds. Nothing, sir. Good luck with your work, sir. I don't need luck. I got this. Eyes jumping back and forth between pasta and computer, Minorikawa got back to work on his coffee once more. Before long, he was oblivious to every sound in the cafe around him. When he finally snapped out of writing mode, he glanced at his watch. It was 2:20. Almost time for him to head to his next interview. Better get a move on. Kimizuma's taxi came by just as Minorikawa was hurrying out of the cafe. Well, what a pleasant surprise, Minorikawa called out. Nice timing, my man. Kimizuma's startled look quickly vanished behind an expression of professional resignation. Do you need a ride, sir? You know it, Minorikawa replied. First, head to Shoto. After that, I'll need to get to Sakuragaoka. As he cast his gaze out in the sights of the city, Minorikawa mulled over his plan for the next part of the day. First, he would interview the Miss Midoriyama girls. Then he'd meet with the head of that theater troupe. In order to leave himself enough time to write his copy, that meant... I'd like to get this all wrapped up in 20 minutes, he said. Can you make that happen? Kimizuma flashed a grin. That'll incur a special fare, sir. Oh, special, Norikawa said as he got settled in his seat. I love that word. Kimizuma stepped on the gas. Shibuya was a town of contrasts. It was a town of young people, unpretentious, energetic. The Scramble intersection and center guide perfectly conveyed in that vibrancy. However, if one turned right at the 109 building and headed down Bunkumoridori, the town's whole atmosphere changed. Shoto was one of Shibuya's, indeed one of Tokyo's, most upscale residential districts. Wherever one looked, there were stately manor houses, giving off an imposing air, sending the message that this was no place for the common folk. Right, here's fine. Minorikawa directed Kimizuma to pull over. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Hopping out of the taxi, he checked the nameplates of the nearby homes. Here we go. Alright. Okay. We just got the save icon, so we're 5 hours into this, and I think this is a good spot. I'm going to call it for tonight. I want to come back to this tomorrow. This is, again, this has been so good. I've really been liking this so far. I don't see who do we have here who... Okay, yeah, again, tomorrow I want to come back to this, but for now, I think I'm going to raid Sarlene, who is doing Resident Evil. So... So until then, have a good night, everyone. And I hope to see you tomorrow with more of this. Have a good night, everyone.